All right, members, we're ready to get started. Mr. Clerk, would you ring the bell? Mr. Whip, you pass one and I'll pass one. We got a small crowd. We could do that, right? You go first. I'll see how bad I have to get. Members will please take your seats. We're getting ready to take up a supplemental local calendar. Supplemental local calendar. Members, we're about ready to start on the rules calendar. Starting on the rules calendar. So we're going to get members in here. We're ready to start. I'm getting ready to call a bill. Okay, members, we're getting ready to take up this local calendar. Since there's only one bill on the local calendar, we'll vote on it as a whole. I hear no objection. The clerk will read the local calendar.
Senate Bill 291 by Senator Kennedy, the 18th City of Forsyth, a bill to revise the powers of the city manager of the City of Forsyth.
Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered on the local calendar? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bills? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall these bills now pass? All those in favor of the passage of the bills on the local calendar will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. And the clerk will unlock the machines. All right. Have all members voted? All members voted. If so, the clerk will lock the machines on the passage of the bill the passage of the bill on the local calendar. The yeas are 147. The nays are 0. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Representative Gaines is recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House insist on its position on Senate Bill 63 and a committee of conference be appointed.
Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption?
Senate Bill 63 by Senator Robertson, the 29th, to be entitled Act to amend Chapter 60, Title 17 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to bonds.
Is there objection? There is objection. Gentleman move. Gentleman moves. Okay, here we go. All those in favor of the motion that the House insist on its position to SB 63 and that a committee of conference be appointed will vote yes. Those opposed will vote no. And the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the motion to insist on our position, the House position on SB 63, and the Committee of Conference be appointed, the yeas are 91, the nays are 62. The motion carries, and the House has insisted. The chair appoints Representative Gaines, Leader Estration, and Chairman Collins as a committee of conference on SB 63. Chair recognizes Chairman Stevens for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move this House insist on its position on House Bill 557 and a committee of conference be appointed.
Representative Stevens moved that the House insist on its position on HB 557. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption?
House Bill 557 by Representative Stevens and the 164th to be entitled Act to amend Chapter 34, Title 43 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to physicians, assistants, and others, so as to authorize physicians to delegate the authority to advanced practiced registered nurses.
Chairman Stevens is recognized to explain his motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've come to an impasse on the Senate also insisting on their position on this hospital stuff that was put into the to House Bill 557, and we're going to have a conference committee to work it out.
Chairman Stevens has moved that this House insist on its position on HB 557. Is there objection? The chair hears none, and the House has insisted on its position on House Bill 557. Okay, we're moving on to the rules calendar, our last supplemental rules calendar. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption to Senate Bill 233? 233.
Senate Bill 233 by Senator Donizell of the 27th to be entitled Act to
Suspend just for a moment, Mr. Clerk. That one's empty. So is that one. If members need to have a conversation, some of us want to hear what's occurring in this chamber. So take your conversations to someplace else. Please continue, Mr. Clerk.
Senate Bill 233 by Senator Dolezal of the 27th to be entitled an act to amend Title 20 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to education so as to provide for the establishment of promised scholarship accounts to be funded by the state in the amount of $6,000 per school year.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Chairman Todd Jones is recognized to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, I will be short. You've had on your desk the rules substitute to SB 233. It should be LC 491473S. It has been on there since, I believe, lunchtime. Effectively, the two changes in the rule substitute, if I could point you to lines 187 to 196, you will see that we now provide for the scholarship amount to float with the QBE funding and austerity cuts. So for instance, if the QBE drops by 10% and there's an austerity cut of 5%, the promised scholarship amount will reduce in that exact amount, which would be 15%. The second part of the amendment, if I could turn you to 344 to 353, you will see that we are changing the rating formula for the bottom quartile from a one-year benchmark to a cumulative two-year benchmark to determine the bottom 25%. Mr. Speaker, those are the only two changes within the rules substitute. Colleagues, I ask for your favorable consideration, and I yield the well.
The gentleman has yielded the well. We do have speakers on the bill. We have some opposed that we'll be hearing from. Those opposed will have up to 30 minutes to state their opinion. We'll begin. The first speaker is Representative Paris. Excuse me. Representative Paris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, here we are again, SB 233. You know, if it was such a great bill, we wouldn't have to be going through this. You know, I've heard a great deal of talk from members of this body who are supporting this bill about how we must do all we can to protect our most vulnerable citizens. This bill does nothing but perpetuate the gross inequities that have existed in our state's educational system for far too long. We have 250,000 children in our state who are living below the poverty level, which in and of itself causes trauma. In my county of Macon-Bibb alone, over 1/3 of the children enrolled in our public school system live below the poverty level. And while we have countless private schools in Macon, those kids, I know the trick is to say, well, if 6,500 is not enough, let's raise it up to 10,000. That's not the answer. That's making it worse. That's not what we're elected to do. We're elected to make things better for the people that we serve. Maybe if we spent as much time and resources on addressing the root issues related to student achievement in our state, like getting the reading level, getting literacy taken care of, maybe then we might begin to see some real progress. Schools educating Georgia's most impoverished students are offered no additional state money to address the needs created by poverty. Georgia is only one of 6 states without the funding. SB 233 does nothing to address the real problems our children are facing. From a business standpoint, this bill will further exasperate the workforce crisis we are facing in our state by diverting funds away from our public schools. We all agree a quality education workforce is one of the things this chamber needs to be addressing. This bill is not about a win for the Dems or a loss for the Republicans. It is about a win for the people of Georgia, most importantly, our most vulnerable, the students. I urge you to vote no on this bill. Stick to it, rural Georgia. We got a lot at stake. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Lady has yielded the well. Representative Becky Evans is recognized to speak to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So Senate Bill 233, this is a public funds drainer costing at least $40 million and up to $190 million at full implementation. And that estimate is based on 2% of the 550 schools that are eligible. This comes at a time when Georgia schools in general, they're struggling to retain employees, they're shouldering the cost of an aging bus fleet, and they're facing a 67% increase in the state health benefit plan costs for bus drivers, cafeteria workers, and other critical staff. The schools targeted by this bill, those in the bottom 25% of schools, according to the College and Career Readiness Performance Index, they are even more dependent on public funds and are located in districts experiencing low property tax wealth and high poverty. The schools whose students would be eligible for this funds draining program are also overwhelmingly black. These school districts and the students that they serve can ill afford a bill like this that siphons funds away from schools that must pay fixed costs like building maintenance and capital improvements, as well as classroom supplies and other vital materials that teachers need to serve students. Now, the other evening when we were debating this bill, I heard the gentlelady from the 47th talk about the examples of how state funds are used for private schools like preschool and child care and private colleges. But I ask us all to please remember our constitutional obligation, which is the provision of an adequate public education for the citizens shall be a primary obligation of the state of Georgia. Public education for the citizens prior to college or post-secondary level shall be free and provided for by taxation. So our Constitution requires that our taxes provide a public education. Let's take a look at outcomes. And as far as outcomes, are we doing this to improve students' outcomes in education, right? Like, well, how would we measure this? So parents need to be able to compare apples to apples. So I want to ask, why was the testing requirement changed from what we passed in the House committee? If you can look with me at lines 294 to 300. On 294 to 300, it says, in order to allow parents and taxpayers to measure the achievements of the program, the Commission shall approve no fewer than 3 nationally normed reference tests that measure student academic progress in math and language arts. Private schools enrolling participating students shall ensure that at least one of the following is administered each school year to each participating student: a nationally normed reference test approved by the Commission or a statewide assessment administered if such participating student is enrolled in a grade for which such statewide assessment is administered. So basically, I don't think that's fair, because parents need to be able to look at their outcomes, apples to apples, and these schools participating have a choice. So I don't understand why we removed that testing requirement for all of the schools to take the state test. I also want to talk about choice. We've worked so hard, and we're providing such great innovation in many of our schools, and we're providing choice in our public schools, magnet schools, theme schools, local charter schools, state charter schools, and of course our wonderful community schools. And we just passed legislation this evening creating the non-traditional completion schools to build on the successes of Mountain Ed, Coastal Plain, and Foothills, to bring those schools to other areas of the state. We do not need another choice of private schools. And as for cost, so we don't have an estimate. We know it's according to what we're going to provide in the budget. But I've heard some of my colleagues talk about, I think it'll only be 500 students. And I'm like, I'm having a very hard time believing that, because there are 550 eligible schools. So 500 students times 650, that's like 3,250,000. But we have examples from these other states where they're spending 200 million, 240 million. And I would like for us all to go to lines 344 through 350. And this is something I was talking with another colleague about that I think is a very important point. In 344 of 350, this is the annual report. The Office of Student Achievement shall include a separate list of public schools that performed in the lowest 25% of all public schools based on the cumulative individual school ratings for the most recent 2 years. So this is the one that I know it was changed for the floating 2 years. So I appreciate that is an improvement. It's based upon the last 2 years. But this colleague said to me, he goes, it's only failing schools. It's 25% of failing schools. He didn't use quotes. I'm using those. Excuse me. But I'm very concerned. I think I read this as 25% of all of our public schools. And I would like for someone to address that question, because that's a very different, very different situation, because this colleague was saying, if we get all our schools, if none of our schools are failing, then we won't have this program. But I have not heard that tonight. That is not the way I read this bill. So, what I'm saying is, if this opens, we're opening ourselves up to funding private schools, and what if this will be hundreds of millions of dollars? These private schools will divert scarce resources from public schools. These private schools do not improve student outcomes, and one of our other colleagues have something on your desk, showing you about these studies, these evidence-based studies that have shown that they don't improve outcomes. They provide fewer protections against discrimination for students, and these vouchers exacerbate school segregation. I am very concerned that we're opening a Pandora's box where these vouchers will lead to a significant threat to our public schools. I ask you to please join me and vote no on Senate Bill 233. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield the well.
The lady has yielded the well. Representative Ann Allen Westbrook is recognized to speak to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and good evening, colleagues. I know we have a lot of thoughts on this bill. We have debated it pretty substantively so far. And I know there aren't many persuadable people left in this room, but I truly believe there are a few, and y'all are the ones I'm talking to, because this really is so important. As I was thinking about what I wanted to say tonight, in my brief remarks, I promise, the Bible verse that kept coming to me was the story of Jesus being asked, "Who's my neighbor?" And of course, we know the answer to that question is everyone, every single one of us. And the question that kept coming to my mind as I thought about SB 233 is, who is my child? And to me, the answer is every single child in Georgia, every single one, without exception. Not just my own, not just the ones that I gave birth to. And indeed, that's the spirit of the Georgia Constitution, which makes it very clear that we have a constitutional obligation to educate every Georgia child. The ones with learning disabilities, the ones who wake up hungry and go to bed hungry, the ones living in poverty, the ones living in unsafe homes or with insecure housing. But SB 233 is premised on the idea that we get to accept educating something less than all Georgia children. We're going to pick some. We're going to give them these vouchers, and devil take the hindmost, as I used to hear growing up. And I don't think we get to educate just one child. And we shouldn't hear that rhetoric in here, because we have an obligation to educate every Georgia child. And in fact, I sat in on the committee who heard this, who heard SB 233 in the beginning, and I heard that we are picking winners and losers. And that's very frank talk, and I don't love using those words when we're talking about children, but I gotta admit it's got the ring of truth. And if I were gonna soften it just a little bit, we are choosing who gets choices and who doesn't. Who gets stuck where they are while other people get pushed to the front of the line. And we know who's going to get these choices. It's going to be affluent children in Georgia. It's going to be metro Atlanta kids in some of the other metro areas. It's going to be suburban kids. It's not going to be poor kids. It's not going to be who needs this program the most. And it's not going to be rural kids, because many of our counties don't have a single private school and can't take advantage of this program. So I believe that we are picking some and choosing to leave others behind, and in particular with poor children, and that's my particular concern given the district I represent. We know that poor children are most likely to be in underperforming schools, and we also know that their families do not have the resources to make up the difference in tuition that this voucher is not going to cover. So that's who I'm thinking of as I stand here tonight. And I want to talk a little bit about choice, and I want to offer a cautionary tale to some of you. Again, I think most minds are made up, but a few of y'all in here, You're the ones I'm talking to with this. I will offer you a cautionary tale of my home of Savannah, where some families decided in the 50s and the 60s that they wanted more choices. They wanted different choices than the public schools in Savannah. And I don't probably need to remind you what was going on then, but I'll give you a little hint. The 1954 decision of Brown versus Board of Education caused a lot of families to decide, you know what, I think we need a different choice. And so many private schools were started. Most to this day, you can drive through town and you can see founded 1955, founded 1961. And we have lots of those private schools still around today. Some of them closed and new ones opened. And I want to be clear here, our school board does a wonderful, wonderful job. We've been working as a community for more than 50 years to try to claw our way back from those choices that were made back in the 50s and the 60s. And we have many choices. We have those private schools I talked about. We have public choice schools. We have public charter schools. We have zoned neighborhood schools. There is no shortage of choice in my community where I live. But I'll tell you what has not budged, and that is our persistent rates of poverty. Choice schools have not solved that problem. They haven't even made a dent in that problem. 42% of our children live in poverty. 64% of children in Savannah-Chatham County Public School System qualify for free and reduced lunch. Our poverty in Savannah remains 41% higher than the rest of the state and 57% higher than the rest of the United States. So again, I'm talking to you few folks out there who might still be thinking about this and still considering this. And I want to tell you, buyer beware. It might not be what you think it is. It might not solve those problems. And only you have to go back to your community and face those parents and face those children, those educators, those superintendents. And I will tell you, if you live in a community where there is a strong culture of support for public schools, where a scarcity mindset has not yet taken hold, where people still believe there is enough education to go around, and families shouldn't have to compete for something that their children are entitled to under the Constitution, please know that you are the envy of many communities in Georgia. Please consider very carefully whether you want to open the door to this bill that will undermine those schools you have that are bedrocks of your community right now. I urge you to vote no to SB 233. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield the well.
The lady has yielded the well. Representing Mary Florence Williams is recognized to speak to the bill. Mary Francis, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Any double name will
It
do,
is
starting
late.
with Mary. That's my motto. Just start with Mary and add another name. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So the real reason I actually ran for election was public education. And my father was in this House years ago, but his first elected position was as a member of the City Council. And I don't know why I remember this, but the first thing that I remember him working on was a city school bond for the Marietta City Schools, and it didn't pass. And I remember how devastated he was. And he felt so strongly about the need for public education. So I want to talk about a few things. I mean, and it's about the money mainly. I know, there's a lot of things that I want, but if I can't afford them, I can't have them. I know that a lot of people are under pressure from their constituents to give them this help, this voucher for private schools. But I'd like for us to think about some of the things we've done for these folks. In 2018, we lowered the tax rate from 6 to 5.75%. And last year, I believe it was last year, we passed legislation that will, over a period of years, phase in a lower tax rate, which will end at 4.99. So we've given citizens a tax break. Another thing that we've done for folks, at least those who have a home and a homestead exemption, is that we have given them a really nice, I think they're all going to get $500 this year. So think about that. It's not like we're not doing things for those among us who have more resources. I know you're under tremendous pressure, but as I said, we've done a lot for our constituents. My main problem is we don't know how much this is going to cost. We have no idea how much this is going to cost. And I know several people have said fiscal note, fiscal note. We don't need a fiscal note. Well, actually, I went and looked up the code section about the fiscal note, and I'd like to share with you that code section 28-5-42 actually says that introduction of bills having significant impact upon anticipated revenues or expenditures furnishing a fiscal notes. Any bill having a significant impact on the anticipated revenue or expenditure level of any state department, bureau, board, council, commerce, et cetera, or state agency must be introduced no later than the 20th day of the session. It goes on to say that they are done from the Office of Planning and Budget and the Department of Audits and Accounts. So it's not true that we only do fiscal notes for tax bills. We may not have done a fiscal note for a non-tax bill in a long time, but I've been around this Capitol on the other side of the rope for a long time, and I remember many, many fiscal notes. It's not unusual to have a fiscal note, and we used to have them all the time. And I can't find anything in recent case law to indicate that we no longer have fiscal notes for anything but tax bills. So, I mean, I don't know about you, but I think we deserve a fiscal note. I mean, if we're going to spend hundreds of millions of dollars, which, I mean, we all know that we are. Let's just be honest with ourselves. We know that we are. And maybe that's okay with you, and I get that. One other thing, this is a $6,000 voucher, and we've talked a lot about how this is just going to help poor people, disadvantaged children. It's going to help them get into these private schools. Well, I've had a pretty good income over the years. I was a single mom, but I did okay. And I'm a huge supporter of public education, but there have been a couple of times when one of my boys was really struggling, and I thought, gosh, I wish I could, put him in private school, get some of these problems worked out. But you know what? $6,000 wouldn't touch any private school in Marietta or Cobb, and I didn't have the rest of the money for tuition at any of the really excellent private schools in Cobb or Marietta. So if I, a upper middle class mom, could not afford to even take advantage of one of these vouchers, whether I wanted to or not, what makes us really think? I mean, we know this. We know this. What makes us think that poor and disadvantaged families are going to be able to take advantage of this? It's okay if you don't care about that, but don't pretend that it will benefit them, and don't pretend that it won't cost a lot of money, and don't pretend that we can afford it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield the well.
The lady has yielded the well. That concludes all of our speakers opposed to the bill. So we're going to move on to the next phase. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. There is a minority report. The minority report and the chairman's time will have up to 20 minutes each. All those that will speak with the majority report will have up to 20 minutes. Minority report, you will share your own time according to y'all's comments. Chair will not control those, the members will. Representative Doreen Carter is recognized to speak to the minority report. Representative Carter.
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Here we go again. And you know, this time we laid it on the table. We took it off the table. We sent it back to rules. We amended it. And actually, the amendment made it worse. Listen, I heard somebody say early last week when we were talking about this bill, the definition of insanity is doing the same thing and expecting a different result. This is my 8th session, and every session we get another voucher or some legislation that diverts funds from educating our students in public education. Let's just do something different. Let's put the energy into fixing what needs to be fixed in our public schools, correcting that so that we don't have to come back every year to try to find a different scheme, to find another way for people who have resources to divert funds in the name of assisting those who don't have the resources. But that continues to fall on deaf ears. So let's talk about this. I'm an accountant, so I got to talk about the money. In this section 135 to 144, it says to be eligible to enroll a participating student, a participating school shall demonstrate fiscal soundness by having been in operation for 1 year. And you can read the rest. As I told you last week when we talked about this, a business that has only been in business a year, number one, doesn't have financial statements, really doesn't have a good idea of what it's gonna cost to maintain. So how can you prove that you are fiscally sound? A lot of you in this room are business owners, and you know how difficult it is to start a new business. And we all know that businesses fail within the first few years of going into business. So if we were going to do an amendment on this bill because somehow you guys, somebody's really committed to sending these vouchers, then maybe we should have changed that 1 year to 3. So at least the youngest entity that we're going to send the kids to, we could at least see that they are possibly sound, because in a year you can't tell that they're sound. You don't even know what it's going to cost to manage your business for real, because you don't know really who's going to come to that school. So how can we really in good conscience say that we are going to send our kids that are in the lowest 25% of schools in Georgia to a private school that's been in operation a year and say that they're fiscally sound? Guys, please vote no. This bill is not going to help the students in the lowest 25%. And I'll close what I started. The definition of insanity is doing the same thing, expecting a different result. Let's stop finding schemes to siphon money from public schools, and let's put the money where it needs to be so that we can educate the children in the seats. Please vote no. Mr. Speaker, I yield the well.
The lady has yielded the well. Representative Stacey Evans is recognized to speak to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm asking you, as part of the minority report, to vote no on Senate Bill 233. But I want to talk a little bit about where I come from on this, which I think is where a lot of you in here may sit to struggling with two thoughts at the same time. One being that you believe in public education, and you know that it's the great equalizer, and you know it's how our kids have a chance in this thing called life. It's the one thing that can make up for not winning the lottery of life, not having parents that went to school, not having parents perhaps that value education. Whatever your lot in life is, an education can change everything. Everything. And you know that, and you want to support public school with all your might. But you also hold a thought in your head that what we're doing seems to be failing some of our students. And so you're desperate to do something. I sit there too. And I get desperate to do things, and I have supported what I thought were good school reform efforts over my time here, some that angered some back home, some that angered members of my party, and I was willing to take that heat because I want to do something, and the status quo is not working. But sometimes we have to restrain with our overwhelming desire to do good. That's why we're here. We want to do things. We want to do something. We want to try. This is not a good step toward trying. This rips away from public schools without helping those kids that we know are struggling. So this is not the way forward. We have things we can do, and I know so many people in here want to do it. I've talked to many of you on both sides of the aisle. What we're really struggling to do in this state, and what we know will make all the difference in the world, is just get our kids to read. So what if we took the money, whatever the magic number is that this bill is going to cost, which we still don't know, what if we took that money and for these bottom quartile of schools that we're worried about, let's invade those schools with reading tutors. How about that? The kids don't have to find transportation to get to another place. Mom and dad don't have to worry that they're going to lose their ability to play on the sports team or whatever after-school activities that they had access to for free at the public school that they'll now probably have to pay for at a private school. And we're getting them the intervention. We can do that. There's nothing that stops us from doing it. Those are the kind of reforms. There's a couple of nuts and bolts on this bill that I just want to hit on. Some have talked about it already. $6,500, y'all, that is not going to cut it. I've heard from some in here that, oh, yeah, I've heard anecdotally there's one or two schools that the tuition is $5,500 or whatever. Far, few, and in between. And where kids are really struggling, mom and dad, I am certain, are working and getting a kid across town to a school without a school bus when mom and dad don't have great control over their schedule and don't have money to hire babysitters and nannies. It just ain't gonna happen. $6,500 is not gonna cut it. And I know we amended the bill in rules to make sure that that $6,500 can go down if we cut QBE. Well, guess what that brings to these kids that are already struggling? Uncertainty. Even if that $6,500 was enough to get them in the door, the next year we cut it to $5,000? Where are they gonna make up the difference? We're not going to help anyone. I also have this very real fear that there will be schools that pop up at this price point. And I know we've got this little thing in there that says they have to be in business for a year, and even if they're not in business for a year, they file this report. Well, that says if you're good at paperwork, you can get in and get this government contract to get students at $6,500 a pop. That is not responsible when our number one obligation is to take care of kids. That is reckless malpractice, ladies and gentlemen. I know that you worry about our babies and you don't want to subject them to fly-by-night schools. Why not take an overhaul of QBE? Why not these reading tutor interventions? And here's a very simple, small question, even for this bill. If it's really just about helping kids getting out of struggling schools and not just about filling up the private schools with more money, why don't we allow these babies to transfer to other public schools? Why can't we take that $6,500 and shift it over to another school that's doing better? Ask yourselves that, because I know a lot of y'all are struggling with this. This is not our answer. Education is screaming, begging for us to do something big. Didn't y'all come here to do something big? I know I did. If we're not going to do something big on education, what are we doing? Think about what we've talked about, ladies and gentlemen. We've been spinning our wheels on so many things this session. What is the big idea? We've done big things here before. We created hope, and we became a model for the Southeast and the country. We took big, bold steps on transportation infrastructure. We took even bolder steps on addressing mental health. We know how to do big things, and that's what we should be doing. Not leaf blowers and micromanaging county commissioners. Let's do big things for our kids, not this piecemeal, nothing that maybe makes a couple people feel good, but really doesn't help anybody do anything and should not satisfy the thirst that I know all of you have to help our kids. Please vote no on Senate Bill 233. Thank you, and I yield the well.
The lady has yielded the well. Representative Wilkerson is recognized to speak to the bill. The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. How much time? 9 minutes? Okay, I won't need that long. I rise today in opposition to Senate Bill 233. I know we've discussed this bill quite a bit over the last 2 days, and over the last week we've seen a lot of changes to this bill. And there's a reason we've seen changes. And I'm going to point you to this fiscal note up here, and you will probably do the same thing that a lot of other people have done. Is this fiscal note deals with glucose, because there's been a lot of talk about, do we only do fiscal notes when it's a tax bill? We do fiscal notes by state law 28-5-42 whenever there's expected revenue increase or decrease. So let me say that again. 28-5-42 says whenever there's an expected increase or decrease in state revenue, we do a fiscal note. It is very difficult to say that this bill will not impact the state budget in a significant way. Over the last few years, we've talked about the fact that we need to update QBE. Today we had the opportunity to either do something historic, because this will be a big change. This change will fundamentally change the way that we look at education in the state of Georgia. For the first time, we will put in place a school choice bill that has no guardrails except the budgetary process. Think about that. When we did the scholarships before, we said 20 million, went to 30 million, went to 40 million. And as we looked at it, we wanted to make sure it did not rip a hole in the budget. This will fundamentally change the way we fund our schools across this state. Now, $6,500, no one has matched that up to QBE with me. All I know is if I've received a report from DOE, and for a 9th to 12th grade student, their QBE funding is $2,897. So right now, if my kids are going to high school, that school gets that $2,897 base QBE funding. If we take that kid out of the high school, I will now get $6,500. That difference is more money the state is paying to fund that same child. Is that education better? That's not what we're arguing about right here. Before we can even look at something, when I buy anything for my kids, when I do anything for my kids, if I buy my child a car, I'm going to look at, is that car safe? Is it going to get them where they need to go? And are we going to be able to afford it? In this case, we're about to do something that we have no idea if we can afford. So is it a promise or is it a half promise? I don't know. So like my colleagues, we've seen the maps across the state where their kids will have access to this. That we don't know, because a lot of areas don't have it in the rural areas. We've talked about, should we fund literacy programs? I think we've put some of that in the budget. Should we fund poverty, which we don't do? But the one thing that we don't know is we are about to open up our wallet with having no idea what that bill is going to look like. We are signing a gym membership that we can never get out of. Now, y'all know what I'm talking about. You go to the gym, you sign up, you think want to get in shape, you think you're going to look great, you're going to look great in the summer, and by the end of February, unless you're some of the representatives that are hitting that gym every morning, you're like most of us, you're paying a contract for many years that you have no idea that you signed it and that you can't get out of it. So I'm asking you to look at education as a whole. Vote no. We've made a lot of changes in the last few days. We can make a lot more changes that if this body does decide to proceed with some type of voucher bill, that we can be guaranteed we know the cost, we know the effect on our local communities, and we know the effect, most importantly, on those children that we are about to make a promise to, those 1.7, 1.8 million kids across the state, rural areas, metro areas, et cetera, that we are doing what we promised to them. And with that, I'm going to ask you to look at the numbers. The math doesn't add up. A bunch of accountants told you that. We ask you to take a look at it, and we ask you to vote no. And with that, I'll yield the well. Thank you.
The gentleman has yielded the well. That concludes the time for the minority report. Now we'll hear from the chairman of the committee from which the legislation came, the chair of the Education Committee, Chairman Chris Irwin. Chairman Irwin's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will yield the chairman time to Pro Tem Jones, if that's okay, Mr. Speaker.
That's fine. Pro Tem of this House, Pro Tem Jones is recognized to speak to the bill.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Speaker. I'm just going to make a few comments because I think we have pretty much fully debated the bill, but I did have to correct some perhaps some who weren't fully aware what is in the bill. Let's see. First, I heard we're elected to make things better for the people we represent. Well, why don't you ask what your constituents want? Because when you poll them, it is overwhelmingly that Democrats, independents, Republicans, and minority voters in particular actually would like the opportunity to decide for themselves. Trust your constituents if they want this option. Do you know better than what your people want? So if no one wants a voucher, then no problem. Guess what the appropriation will be? 0. I've heard the comment that it will drain funds, something like 50 to 200 million. We're about to vote on a budget tonight. Not one dime is appropriated in the 24 budget. We appropriate, on average, a couple $1 billion more a year. By the way, no fiscal note, a couple $1 billion more than what we appropriated the year before, and we make that decision every year in this body through 2 appropriations process. We will make that decision if there is a need. Students, I heard something about testing. Students will be tested in this bill every year, which is more frequently on a standardized, nationally normed test than students in public school, such as my children attended. I'm thinking back to the comments about the Constitution and how we're required to offer an adequate education. I'm very familiar with the Constitution on education because I changed it, or at least I initiated the change in 2012 to allow the state to authorize state charter schools. And it was interesting going through that process because at the time I heard the sky was falling when we passed the constitutional amendment in 2012 to put it on the ballot. And it was from the same voices. It was the same argument as I'm hearing tonight in this chamber. It will hurt rural Georgia. It will divert dollars away from public schools. It won't help poor students. Well, you know what? 10 years later, the sky didn't fall, and more minority and low-income students attend charter schools, state-authorized charter schools that, by the way, by and large do not offer transportation. The parents find a way to get their children in those schools. And what was really interesting when I evaluated all 180 state house districts, every single house district approved it in a Democrat district. In fact, the county with the highest approval rating of that constitutional amendment to allow the state to authorize state charter schools was Clayton County. Every single member that represented Clayton County, House and Democrat, voted against it, and 71% of the people, our voters, 71% of the voters in Clayton County approved it. They have a booming charter school now, one that the public school system fought tooth and nail to keep from ever approving. And I keep hearing, I guess this is the year of using the phrase rural when you're trying to convince someone to vote against something. Since we passed that charter school amendment, here are a few of the state-approved charter schools that I was told would never open in rural Georgia. The Baconton Charter, serving Mitchell, Lee, Dougherty, Baker, and Worth. The Cherokee Charter Academy, serving Cherokee, Cobb, Pickens, Bartow, Cartersville, and Marietta. The Coweta Charter Academy, serving Coweta. Another one in Coweta, one in Sumter, another one serving Richmond, another one serving Fayette. The Petula Charter School, which I visited, serving Baker, Clay, Calhoun, Early, and Randolph. Another one serving Lowndes County. Here's another one serving Randolph. Here's another one serving Decatur, Miller, Seminole, and here's another one serving Bullock. Many of these counties are lower income counties, and guess what, folks? They sometimes want options too. It's not a rejection of the traditional public schools. Not every child learns the same. But if no one wants options, that's okay. If no one wants a state authorized charter school, I'm fine with it closing. I also heard the argument years ago, well, we can't let kids go to schools that have only been open a year. Well, guess what? The state authorized charter schools, when they open, you know how long they've been open? 0 time. And the parents get to make that decision. There is some state oversight. Here we will require even more funding. Let's see, what else have I heard tonight? An education can change everything. I absolutely agree. And public schools will and now continue to educate 90 or over 90% of Georgia students. But some students may learn best in a homeschool environment, in a publicly, in a charter school, whether it's locally approved or state authorized, and yes, sometimes in a private school. An education can change a life. Who are we to not give some students another option? I also heard tonight, why not allow these students to transfer to another public school? Well, guess what? We do. State law, current state law, requires school systems to allow students to transfer to another public school when there's space available. That's already on the books within that system. Now, right now, we don't mandate that they be allowed to transfer out of system because, as many of you know, the way we fund public education is through local dollars and also state dollars, and would require, I'm open, I'm all ears if we want to facilitate that in the future, because I actually do support options. There's a lot to be figured out there because it's 2 different elected bodies that would be making that decision, and you do have local tax dollars, property tax dollars, that you'd have to figure out how to do that. I also reminded, some of you in this chamber have utilized them. There are 17 city school systems, public school systems, that currently charge tuition for out-of-system students to attend them. Those of you in this chamber that have utilized that have found that to be a good option for you and others. Not required to do it, it just offers another option, because education absolutely can change everything. And I encourage you to vote for the bill tonight. We'll continue to work out details. It wouldn't take effect for over a year, and that's why there's no appropriation, there's no fiscal estimate, because we will collectively decide how we want to pilot this and have it go forward, and we'll evaluate it over time. That's why, for the first time in a choice situation like this, we are requiring testing and demographic data. I encourage you to vote tonight for Senate Bill 233, and let's try something and let kids have more options in Georgia. Thank you.
Lady has yielded the well.
Mr. Speaker, I yield the remaining time to Representative Todd.
Chairman Jones. Pro Tem Jones is yielding to Chairman Jones. Chairman Jones recognized to speak to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, I know we are sine die, 3 hours plus. I will make this quick. I absolutely agree with my colleague from the minority party. Public education, or education, is the great equalizer. I think without a doubt, all of us have a story within our family in terms of how education truly changed our lives, how it is it lifted us up, how it is it truly makes it where every boat rises with a rising tide. But the one thing I didn't hear is the only piece of the metric, the only piece of the rubric that matters: the child. Because ultimately, we should put the child at the center of every decision we make. If we do that, then this becomes, in my opinion, a vote for yes. I would ask you for your favorable consideration, because at the end of the day, we have an obligation to give to every child in this state. May they be at the best school, or may they be at one of the failing 25%. We must give them that option. And I ask you to vote yes, because they should have the option of public school, of private school, of hybrid, and also of homeschooling. I thank you for your time and for your consideration, and I ask you to vote favorably on SB 233. Thank you.
The gentleman has yielded the well. Is there any objection to withdrawing the committee substitute? Chair hears none. Committee substitute is withdrawn. Is there objection to withdrawing the former Rules Committee sub LC 491458? Is there any objection to adopting the substitute offered by the Committee on Rules? Chair hears none. The Rules Committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. And the clerk will unlock the machine. For what purpose does Representative Jason Ridley rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, is it not true that there's a little boy from North Georgia that was taken by defects when he was 11 years old because he didn't have a rough childhood and had his daddy die at 14, and then his grandparents that raised him died at 19, and maybe if he'd had this right here, it'd been a little easier on him.
I'm sure the gentleman knows of what he speaks, and he lived it. For what purpose does Representative Maynard rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is it not true that I left a lot of paper on each desk, and since I do believe in recycling, I want to remind everyone that if you don't read it, there are recycling bins, and you do not have to, I know there's a conspiracy to bring all the paper back to me. You don't need to do that. You can put it in the recycling bin. And is it not further true, Mr. Speaker, that the information that I left on your desk, it is all fact-driven from peer-reviewed scholarly resources. We cannot vote on issues unless it's actually based on factual data. And I further encourage everyone to find out what their school data is. What you have on your desk is my school data. But find out how your bottom 25% schools are failing, and hopefully you can help them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does Representative Daniel rise? Did you have a parliamentary? Your light's on. Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. Members, this House will come to order. This House will come to order. On the passage of the bill, the yeas were 85, the nays are 89. The bill, having failed to receive the constitutional majority, has therefore failed. For what purpose does Representative Todd Jones rise?
To make a motion.
State your motion.
Mr. Speaker, I would like this House to reconsider SB 233.
Now is the time for the gentleman to pursue the motion. If he so desires, does the gentleman move?
Yes, sir.
On the gentleman's motion that this House reconsider its action and failing to give SB 223 a requisite majority, all those in favor of reconsideration will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the gentleman's motion, the yeas are 98, the nays are 73. The motion carries, and the House has reconsidered this motion. The bill will go back onto the calendar to be considered at a later date. Members, please take your seats. We're going to have a special guest. Members, please take your seats and cease conversation. Members, please take your seats. Members, if I could have your attention. I know y'all like it when the chair makes a misstep, so I'll admit that. This House insisted on its position on HB 557 and the chair failed to appoint the committee of conference on HB 557. This time I want to appoint the three conferees, Chairman Stevens, Chairman Parrish, and Pro Tem Jones as a committee of conference on HB 557. Members, take your seats, please. Mr. Doorkeeper.
Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Brian P. Kemp, Governor of Georgia, awaits entrance to the House chambers.
Mr. Doorkeeper, please allow the governor access to the House chamber. Ladies and gentlemen of our House family, before I introduce our special guest, I want to introduce the first family of Georgia. First Lady Marty Kemp. Who else is back there? And Jared and Amy Porter, welcome to the People's House. Y'all are welcome anytime, and you don't have to bring the governor, I can just tell you. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, it's been a good 39 3/4 days. It's been a few days since we heard from our governor from the state of the state. I just want to remind every one of us, I know you don't need reminding, and folks in the gallery, of how blessed we have to have a governor who stood for the people of this state. He stood on some very important issues in this state. He's worked very hard to represent the interest and the safety of all Georgians. His leadership will go down in the history of this state. He's been strong, compassionate, and getting things done for the people of this state. It is my great honor to introduce to this House and the people of Georgia the 83rd governor of the state of Georgia, Brian P. Kemp.
Thank you, Speaker. Well, good evening, everyone. Thank you so much. Thank you, Speaker Burns. Thank you so much for having me in the People's House. Speaker Pro Tem Jones, Leader F. Stration, Leader Beverly, and members of the People's House. First of all, I want to congratulate Speaker John Burns and the new House leadership for almost being at the goal line of finishing your first session. So congratulations. You have done well in these positions while making them your own. And I know that there's still a lot of work to do tonight, and I know you will appreciate that most of that needs to be done in the Senate. It pains me to say that as a former senator, but I know they're working over there. But listen, on behalf of Marty and the girls and I, we are so proud of what you have accomplished. And if you think back, just over 2 months ago, Marty, the girls, and I joined you in this chamber for my first State of the State of my second term. And at that time, I called for a $2 billion income tax refund for hardworking Georgians, a homestead tax exemption for property owners, stronger penalties for gangs who recruit our children, school safety measures to keep our children and our teachers safe, pay raises for our educators and state law enforcement, new legislation to help us fight against human trafficking, and further measures that make our state safer, healthier, and more prosperous. And at that time, I said, the people have spoken, and they have given us their marching orders, and it is time to get back to work. And that is exactly what you all have done, and I want to thank you all for your good work this session. You have made promises made into promises kept. You have also delivered on another historic bill that's still being worked on, one that honors the late, great David Ralston. This year's follow-up to the Mental Health Parity Act of 2022 that he championed is something that I know this chamber and Speaker Ralston's family appreciate. Working on this issue has been a priority for both the House and my office. And whether it is this session or those to come, I know that we will continue to work for greater progress. As we continue to work together on these and other matters, we will continue to keep a close eye on the financial clouds that are forming on the horizon. As you know, multiple economic indicators are warning us of an impending recession. It's something that has been long talked about and dreaded, but one that we need to prepare for. And as we head into these unknown challenges, it will be a time for us to continue working together, as we have done in the past, to budget conservatively, especially if we want to implement the historic tax cut that you passed and I signed into law last year. We will have difficult choices in the months and years ahead, driven by the strong winds of economic change. But seeing how you have handled the challenges of this session, I know we can do it successfully if we continue to work together. And in the remaining hours left in this session, I know that there is still work to do. And I want to encourage you, and I know that you will, keep up that good work. And please know that the entire Kemp family appreciates what you're doing for the great people of our state. I know that Marty is especially grateful for your continued, unanimous, and bipartisan support of her fight to end human trafficking in this state. And we thank you for that. But also know that during these stressful hours, it's important to remember what we're working for and the impact of that work. Thank you again for the teamwork this session, and I hope you all enjoy a well-deserved break after sine die this evening. God bless you, and may God continue to bless this great state of Georgia. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Governor Kemp, for coming by. Thank you for those words, and we look forward to continuing to work closely with you and your administration. You're doing great work for the people of Georgia. Come back to the People's House. Members, we're going to move on to some further actions. Representative Gamble is recognized for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we insist on our position on Senate Bill 246.
Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption?
Senate Bill 246 by Senator Hodges is the third to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 10 of Title 49 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to Georgia Board of Health Care Workforce.
House will come to order. Give the gentleman in the wheel your attention. Representative Gamble is recognized to explain the motion.
Once again, this is our position on the nurse education bill. This will allow us to get this bill pushed over into ultimately a conference committee, and so I would ask your favorable consideration in insisting on our position to Senate Bill 246.
Gentleman yielded well. Floor Leader Gamble has moved that the House insist on its position on SB 246. Is there objection? Chair hears none, and the House has insisted on its position on SB 246. Representative Gullett is recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that this House insists on SB 145.
Clerk will read the caption.
Senate Bill 145 by Senator Still of the 48th to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 60 of Title 36 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to general provisions applicable to county and municipal corporations.
Representative Gullett is recognized to explain the motion.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker. This is just to move us forward and hopefully get to a conference committee where we can work a few things out with the Senate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Gullett has moved that this House insist on its position on SB 145. Is there objection? The chair hears none, and the House has insisted on its position on Senate Bill 145. Representative Hilton is recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to make a motion that the House agree to the Senate amendment to the House Senate Bill 23.
Clerk will read the caption.
Senate Bill 23 by Senator Kirkpatrick of the 32nd and others to be entitled an act to amend various titles of the official code of Georgia annotated so as to revise committee name and repeal provisions relative to inactive boards, panels, authorities, centers, and commissions.
Representative Hilton is recognized to explain the Senate substitute amendment to the House sub.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am reading from AM 332042, placed on your desk earlier this afternoon. This is Senate Bill 23. I'm going to take you down memory lane a little bit. This is the bill that removes the old boards, commissions, and councils that are currently inactive. The amendment on the Senate side added a portion of House Bill 520 in regards to the data sharing between agencies. That's the amendment, and I will yield for questions.
Gentleman has a question. Representative Oliver, to your left, has a question. Ladies recognized.
Does the gentleman leave?
Yes, I yield, yes.
Is it true, sir, that this is the only provision that is offered for the Senate in mental health reform in 2023?
Yes, ma'am, you are correct.
And so we can expect no more help in 2023 in response to the mental health bill we sent over to the Senate.
I cannot speak to the intent of our friends over on the Senate side, but I think we can all agree we hope we do a lot more in this space, and I appreciate your leadership on this issue.
In relation to the intent of this provision in House Bill 520, isn't it true that we created a dispute resolution system for when agencies wouldn't agree that put the Attorney General in the position to make decisions? Isn't that true?
Yes, ma'am, you know what you speak.
And then this modified, that's a generous word, modified offering of data dispute, they've appointed the budget leader and the appropriations chairs to make legal determinations of appropriate data collection sharing issues. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, line 65.
Finally, sir, I'm going to vote for this for the tiny little bit of reform they offer, but must express real disappointment that we are not moving forward in mental health reform in the way the House wished in 2023.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And with that, I will yield the well.
The gentleman had a couple of questions, but he's yielded the well. On the gentleman's motion that the House agree to the amendment, agree to the Senate amendment to the House sub on Senate Bill 233. All those in favor will vote Senate Bill 23. All those in favor will vote yes. Those opposed will vote no. And the clerk will unlock the machines. For what purpose does Representative Byrd rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Thank you. Is it not true that this apparent cleanup bill is now a data collection and sharing bill?
Well, if the lady so states. Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machines. On the gentleman's motion, the yeas are 156, the nays are 7, and the House has agreed to the Senate amendment to Senate Bill 23. Has agreed to the Senate amendment to the House sub. Chair recognizes Chairman Martin for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we insist on the House position on Senate Bill 13.
Clerk will read the caption.
Senate Bill 13 by Senator Albers, the 56th, to be entitled an act to amend Code Section 913-161, 44-14-162, and 48-401 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to where and when sales under execution held and change of place of public sales by court order.
Chair recognizes Chairman Martin to explain the motion.
Yes, sir, Mr. Speaker. We're just moving down the road to try to get to a compromise with our friends over in the Senate and get some good legislation to bring back for you on Senate Bill 13.
Chairman Martin has moved that the House insist on its position on SB 13, Senate Bill 13. Is there objection? Chair hears none, and the House has insisted on its position on Senate Bill 13. Chairman Smith, the chairman of rules, is recognized for an announcement.
God, I was hoping I wasn't going to see y'all again. Rules will meet in 5 minutes. 5 minutes.
The House Rules Committee will meet in 5 minutes. This House will stand in recess until 9:30. 9:30. House will come to order. House will come to order. Members, please take their seats. Chairman Corbett is recognized for a motion. Members, take your seats. Take your conversations to the anteroom, anywhere besides the center aisle. Let's go.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I make a motion that the House agree to the Senate amendments to House Bill 340 as amended by the House.
Clerk will read the captions.
House Bill 340 by Representative Corbett of the 174th to be entitled an act to amend subpart 2 of part 6 of Article 6 of Chapter 2 Title 20 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to conditions of employment in elementary and secondary education so as to provide for daily duty-free planning periods for teachers in grades 6 through 12.
The member in the well deserves your attention. I don't want to hear a question, what's going on, because you're talking and not listening. Chairman Corbett is recognized to explain his motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Section 1 and 2 of the bill is a new House amendment, and what we're doing here is just extending a sunset. This is a tax credit program that Representative Brooks Coleman set up before he left, where you can make donations to a public school. We just extended that sunset, and that's in line 24. Section 3 of the bill is the Senate Amendment 1. Basically, in Section 3, I was on school board for 12 years. The job of the board is to hire a superintendent, set policy, approve or reject personnel recommendations from the superintendent. What Section 3 is doing, basically no individual member shall discuss individual personnel matters with the superintendent or school personnel other than to make a referral about a personnel matter. That's what Section 3 does. Section 4 is the original bill, the planning period, where we protect the planning period for the teachers. And then Section 5 is some cleanup language from Senate Bill 204 that we passed here last week, dealing with the SACS accreditation process Representative Earhart had. Basically, in the original bill, it had mediators instead of arbitrators, and mediators do not render decisions. So it went through the bill and replaced mediators with arbitrators or arbitration. That's what Section 5 does. And that's what the bill does, and I will try to answer any questions, or I'll ask for your favorable consideration.
You have a question.
I'll yield.
Representative Jasmine Clark to your left has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
Yes.
This has just been a kind of a prevailing theme, so I do apologize. Can you just tell me which LC number you're reading from?
This is Amendment AM 430256.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Gentleman has no further questions.
Thank you. I ask for your favorable consideration. Thank you.
Is there objection to the adoption of the House amendment? Chair hears none, and the House amendment is adopted. On the gentleman's motion, the House agreed to the Senate amendment to HB 340 as amended by the House. All those in favor will vote yes. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. For what? Thought I had an inquiry there. Have all members voted? For what purpose does Representative Frazier rise?
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Speaker.
State your inquiry.
I had the gentleman state in the will. I did have my light for a question, and I just wanted some clarification for lines 111 that's on this legislation as it referred to superintendent and school board members dealing with personnel issues.
I'm sorry we didn't get to answer that question. I'm sure the lady can come up and visit with the gentleman. She can get an answer to the question. Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine on the gentleman's motion. The yeas are 171, the nays 0, and the House has agreed to the Senate amendments to House Bill 340 as amended by the House. Representative Washburn is recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House insist on our position on House Bill 514.
And that a committee of conference be appointed. That, I got you, that's good. Clerk will read the caption.
House Bill 514 by Representative Washburn of the 144th be titled an act to amend Chapter 66 and Title 36 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to zoning procedures.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. The House has insisted. Chair appoints Representative Washburn, Representative LaHood, and Representative Powell as a committee of conference on House Bill 514. Chairman Rhodes is recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House agree to the Senate substitute of HB 86.
Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption?
House Bill 86 by Representative Rhodes of the 124th to be entitled an act to amend Code Section 4883 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to exemptions from sales and use tax so as to exempt sales of tangible personal property used for and in the renovation or expansion of certain aquariums.
The gentleman from down in Lake Country, Chairman Rhodes, is recognized to explain the Senate substitute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. After some stops, twists, and turns, HB 86 comes back to us almost exactly like it left us. Senate had to put their fingerprints on it. They marked the word state out twice, and they shortened the sunset by 6 months. So, Mr. Speaker, I ask for a favorable green vote, and I yield the will.
Gentleman has yielded the will on the gentleman's motion that the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 86. All those in favor will vote yes. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machines on the gentleman's motion. The yeas are 156, 56. The nays are 10. And the House has agreed to the Senate substitute to House Bill 86. Representative Brad Thomas is recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I motion the House recede from its position on House Bill 52.
Clerk will read the caption. Did you read the caption yet?
House Bill 52 by Representative Thomas, the 21st to be entitled an act to amend Title 32 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to highways, bridges, and ferries so as to amend notice provisions relative to meetings for the election of board members.
Representative Thomas is recognized to explain the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This brings the language to House Bill 52 back to very close to what it originally passed this House on crossover day. And although I wish we had more of what was in the bill that we sent across the Senate, this is what we got back, and we'll agree to what we got and go back and fight it again next year. If there's no questions, I'll get the will.
gentleman has a question. Representative Whip Park, to your left, has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Thomas, do you yield for a question?
I do.
So essentially, the Senate is refusing to agreeing to the House's substitute for the freight logistic progress on freight logistics in the state of Georgia.
That would be correct. Yeah, they have sent back the bill with the original language in it, which would effectively eliminate the freight logistics language that was in the bill.
Thank you. I look forward to helping you next year to continue to move this forward.
Thank you. I appreciate you.
You have no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask for your favorable consideration, and I yield the well.
On the gentleman's motion that the House recede on its position to HB 52, all those in favor will vote yes. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machines. On the gentleman's motion, the yeas are 164, the nays are 0, and the House has receded on its position on HB 52. Representative Hilton is recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to make a motion that the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 453.
Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption?
House Bill 453 by Representative Hilton of the 48th to be entitled an act to amend Title 31 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to health so as to repeal a requirement that every ambulance service pay an annual license fee.
Representative Hilton is recognized to explain the Senate substitute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill passed the House unanimously a couple weeks ago. This removes a provider fee on ambulance services. There's only one change in the Senate. That changed the effective date from the signing to January 1st, 2024. That's the only change to the bill. And with that, I will yield the well and ask for your favorable consideration.
Gentleman has a question.
I'll yield.
I'll take one from, if you will, from Representative Roman, straight in front of you, to
Does
your
the
left.
gentleman yield?
Yes.
Just to confirm, what's the LC number that you're on again?
LC 54024-3S.
And you mentioned that the only difference is the date, but I'm seeing something about reporting being crossed out. I'm assuming that just from the original bill, right? Confirming that's just the original language that was crossed out the first time
Well,
around?
the original, it's line 33. It was silent before because it would go into effect at signing. Now it has an effective date on line 33.
Okay, thank you.
With that, Mr. Speaker, I will yield the well.
The gentleman has yielded the well. On the gentleman's motion that the House agree to the Senate substitute to HB 453, all those in favor will vote yes. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? All members voted. If so, the clerk will lock the machines. On the gentleman's motion, the yeas are 162, the nays 1, and the House has agreed to the Senate substitute to House Bill 453. Representative Powell, Chairman Powell is recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask this House to agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 76.
Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption?
House Bill 76 by Representative Powell of the 33rd to be entitled an act to amend Article 1 of Chapter 10A of Title 43 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating licensing provisions regarding professional counselors, social workers, and marriage and family therapists.
Chairman Powell is recognized to explain the Senate substitute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, if you'll look on that Senate bill substitute HB 76.
Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 76, as it left the House, dealt with the marriage therapy of upgrading those licensing practice to put them in line with the Commission for Accreditation of Marriage and Family Therapy. It got to the Senate, and there's a few things that was done. Most importantly, I want to tell you something that's good for every member of this House. For probably 50 years or more, there has been what's called the GORP Commission. A lot of you members who have tried to pass licensing bills in the past, especially if you've been over here a while, I always thought that this was an undue impediment to your legislative ability. That's the one, if you put in a bill and if it has anything to do with licensing, it has to go through this mystical committee during the interim. The governor has put in a request to abolish the GORP Commission. This is something that is good for every member of this House and gives true legislative intent. Also, there was a couple other issues that were put into that. If you'll look on Section 3, this clarifies some language for the governor's office that any governor appointed seat, anybody that's appointed to an executive board, commission, council that are appointed by the governor, that when that vacancy has been the vacancy of that term and declared by the governor, that he can appoint someone to those. And then last but not least, for the Athletic and Entertainment Commission, there is a new type of sport. It's a mixed martial arts that's moved past the amateur status, and it's called bare knuckle boxing. This is where they put the leather straps on the hands, and this would authorize the Athletic and Entertainment Commission to regulate that type of a sport. And that, Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen, is what this bill does, and I'd appreciate your support.
The gentleman has yielded the well. Did he have a question? Did you take a question? I have two questions for you. I'm going to take the first one. Hold on. Is your button mashed, ma'am? I think you're a member here. Yeah, you are. Let's see. We're going to recognize Chair Lady Houston for a question.
Parliamentary inquiry.
Yes, ma'am.
Section 1A, line 20, about brass knuckle boxing matches.
Yes, ma'am.
What is that all about?
As I had explained, mixed martial arts, the state Athletic and Entertainment Commission, they regulate boxing and any type of contact sports. This is one of the mixed martial arts sports. It's not amateur, and it's a professional sport.
And we're going to regulate something like this?
It's better than not regulating it.
Well, I think you ought to outlaw it.
Gentleman, yield for another question. Representative Williams, to your left.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
I was a little concerned, but I'm certainly, because of brass knuckles, and I only have about 2 minutes of fight in me, but I challenge Chairman Hitchens to a 2-minute brass knuckles, and I got the brass knuckles.
I don't think there's anything about brass knuckles, but I'd be cautious if you challenge that gentleman.
Oh, I've already done it.
Mr. Speaker, that's what the bill does, and I would certainly appreciate your support.
Gentleman has yielded the well. On the gentleman's motion, the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 76. All those in favor will vote yes. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? All members voted. If so, the clerk will lock the machines. On the gentleman's motion, the yeas are 128, the nays 31, and the House has agreed to the Senate substitute to House Bill 76. We're back on the rules calendar, the supplemental rules calendar. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption to Senate Bill 115-115?
Senate Bill 115 by Senator McLaurin of the 14th, Dugan of the 30th, Kennedy the 18th, and others to be entitled an act to amend Part 4 of Article 3 of Chapter 2 of Title 38 of the official code of Georgia Annotated relating to rights, privileges, and prohibitions so as to provide for the Adjutant General to be the official sponsor of the state-sponsored life insurance program for the Georgia National Guard. This bill has been referred to the Committee on Defense and Veteran Affairs. That committee recommends that this bill do pass by Rules Committee substitute.
Chairman Hitchens is recognized to present the bill.
I rise on behalf of Senate Bill 115. Before I get started, I'd like to say that Al Williams is still jealous because he couldn't get in the Marines and had to join the Army. But this bill is about life insurance for the National Guard, and what it does, it's been in effect for over 50 years. It's a voluntary program, it's payroll deductible, and the caveat is they guarantee that they pay off within 24 hours of notification of a death. It predates SGLI, which is the federal life benefit that's given to our federal forces. And ever since our National Guard got involved in overseas deployments about 15, 20 years ago, SGLI has applied to them. But this is voluntary. They don't have to do it if they don't want to. But the Adjutant General wants it in code since they've used it for over 50 years. And I'll take any questions.
Man, you have a lot of questions. Representative Gladney, to your left out front, is recognized for a question.
Does the gentleman yield?
I yield.
Sir, is it not true that women serving in uniform make up over 21% of the National Guard?
I'm not sure, but it's a much more significant number than it's been in the past.
Does the gentleman further yield?
I yield.
Is it also true that this bill reinforces our support as a body to support those who serve this state?
I think the gentlelady is correct.
Additionally, does the gentleman further yield?
I yield. Speak
Is it
up.
not true that I will be supporting this bill, sir?
This passed unanimously in the Senate and in our Defense and Veterans Affairs Committee.
Thank you for bringing this bill, sir.
Thank you.
Gentlemen, will suspend just for a moment.
Yes, now?
This is a good bill. I think the Marines are in a posture of retreat. Mr. Chairman, if you'll suspend just for a moment, we'll
Sure.
see if we can clear this up. I think I can. I'm just not really sure.
I hope you can.
So the chairman presented the underlying bill. If we just, am I correct? We just inserted a rule substitute. And that's what the chairman will present to you now, and that's That's the language we will consider. Mr. Chairman, you're recognized to continue.
Well, I got the bill and I was told I was next up, and it was my bill. They subbed me out and I didn't know it. So.
It gets better. It's not even him. How are you a Marine? Not even in the Navy. Chairman Knight is recognized to present the bill.
Oh, to my friend, Earl Hitchens, I'm so sorry. This is a committee sub that we just did. This issue is in regards to, this bill helps rectify a situation in which just recently the Attorney General basically in a settlement usurped the legislative authority by entering an agreement with private landowners to limit access to our rivers. And basically what this bill does, it returns the ability of anglers, hunters, conservationists, outdoors men and women of Georgia to have access that they have paid to seed and that they have used for literally decades. This restores the long-standing principle that the fish and game of Georgia belong to the people of Georgia under the public trust doctrine. So basically, what this bill does is it's dealing with that ruling, but it makes clear that the state has ownership of, the waters, the fish that is in the rivers, no matter the underlying stream bed, and it returns it. It returns it to make sure that we're stating it's held in public trust for the people of Georgia. There's been some conversation. I've talked with Representative Gunner about navigable. Navigable under the definition is a commercial definition, so it's not wading in. You've got to have a boat. You've got to have it for goods. I'm trying to look that up real quick. Sorry about that. Commercial definition is a navigable stream means a stream which is capable of transporting boats loaded with freight in the regular course of trade, either for the whole or a part of the year. And the mere rafting of timber or transporting wood in small boats shall not make a stream navigable. So that's the navigable part. So it's not dealing with the little streams, the little tributaries, but it's dealing with our big rivers that have traditionally been available and have been used by all of Georgians, being able to access those rivers to float, to fish, to hunt, and it keeps those resources in the public trust doctrine. Mr. Speaker, that's the bill. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
You have some questions, about
Yes.
a dozen. Representative Barry Fleming, straight
Yes,
up
sir.
the aisle to your left, has a question. Representative Fleming's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the gentleman in the well, you made reference to the fact that this is in response to a court case that just happened this week where a Superior Court judge in South Georgia entered into a settlement that made reference to what was public rights and private right of landowners on streams. That's what you were referring to, correct?
I believe so.
And that judge ruled that property owners who have had rights to property and the water in front of them before, when the state did not declare it navigable waters, had those property rights protected. Did he not rule that way?
If the gentleman so states.
And by passing this bill that has gone through no committees in this House, we're going to overturn essentially that judge's ruling, are we not?
If the gentleman believes that, I believe otherwise. I believe that this state has had a tradition of our natural resources being in the public trust held for the citizens of the state. And the issue before us is a total change of what has traditionally happened, and the use of these streams, or these rivers, should I say, and these waters have been available for public use. And now that's what this bill seeks to do, is make sure that the General Assembly clarifies that. So that's what I would argue to my friend. The General Assembly is making a clarification here.
So, and the clarification that we're speaking of here only goes to places where private landowners had fishing rights, their fishing rights, in front of non-navigable waters. And we're about to change that.
Navigable waters, okay? Navigable, which is, I just read the definition. It's not the little streams, it's not, it's the commercial, based on the definition that I just read you. I consulted and would talk with Representative Gunner on that. So it's not the smaller streams.
Let me wrap it up by asking you this, Mr. Chairman. The judge's ruling that was entered into this week that gave those private property owners the right to the water in front of their property, we're about to overturn that.
The
are we not?
water?
Yes, the fishing rights.
And that's what we're talking about here is the public trust doctrine. With it's not the waters, you can't own the waters. It's the public resources. The
It's
water
the
belongs
fishing
to the
rights
state.
that the judge ruled on, correct?
It's not the fish in it, that doesn't belong to the private individual. It's the resources that are there, what is held in the public doctrine of public trust, sir.
My point to you is that before we overturn that judge's ruling, I think a committee of this House should study this.
Well, and let me ask you, I don't think it was a
We'll
ruling.
have a
I think it was
question
a
and
settlement.
answer, and because we have lots of questions to answer,
Yes,
ask
sir.
and answer. Representative Holcomb is recognized for a question to your left.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
I do.
As a former Army officer, which is not in any way, shape, or form relevant, but I say that for the benefit of my friend Chairman Hitchens, isn't it true that this is a very strong measure for conservation for the benefit of the public in this state?
Yes, Representative, you're correct, and it continues the long-standing, the conservation that the state has valued, continues to support, and the issue of the public trust doctrine, where these resources are held in public trust for all the citizens of the state of Georgia.
Thank you.
Gentlemen, yield.
Yes, sir.
Representative Donahue is recognized for a question to your left.
Friend yield.
Yes, sir.
Let me ask a question. I have a cabin on the river. I own both sides of the river. The water comes through my property. I do not own the water, but can you come across and fish my property through the water with this bill?
I'm not sure what your property
What I'm
is.
trying to say is my property is on both sides of the river.
Well,
So
and
can you
again, this
come
may
through the
sound a little smart, but I'm not fishing on your land, on your property. I'm fishing in the navigable stream. That's what this sets to clear up is if there's a navigable stream that can be used for fishing, hunting, passage.
Okay.
That is, we're clearing up that is held in the public trust, okay, and that resource is held for the public trust. It's your land is we're not on land. We're talking about the rivers. And the waters that are in it, the resources that, such as the fish that are in it, the waterfowl that may fly over it and land in it.
Okay. Does the gentleman yield?
Yes.
And a friendly question. Why I'm asking is there's certain properties that I have that basically people can stand in the stream and fish, but they can't walk through the water to my property.
I think that's the question that we had earlier, and that goes back to the definition that we're talking about. It's navigable under the state code as navigable stream. It means the stream is capable of transporting boats loaded with freight in the regular course of trade, either for the whole or part of the year. In other words, it's not going to be small streams where you can walk in and it's ankle deep or shin deep. Which may refer to maybe some of the waters that you're speaking of.
You have several more questions, Mr. Chairman.
And thank you. One more. We did oyster farming.
Mm-hmm.
We looked in the ocean and it's treated like real estate. So we come out each acre and we could have oysters raised on this. This is the same premises, right?
I'm not sure that water is held in a public trust. It was the state, we passed laws to allow that part of that to be leased, sectioned out and leased out to, folks to do that. But again, public trust through the General Assembly allowed that.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I'll take one or two more. I know the night's.
Whip Burchett, right in front of you, has a question. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Isn't it true that for hundreds of years in the state of Georgia that the definition of non-navigable non-navigable waterways meant that you own the property to the center of the waterway? Is that true?
I believe the gentleman to know.
And this bill here, this bill's not dealing with non-navigable. This bill's dealing with navigable. Isn't that true?
Yes, sir.
Isn't it true that for hundreds of years the definition of navigable waterway recited that the property owners on each side of that waterway own to the low water mark? Isn't that true?
I believe the gentleman knows to which he speaks.
So if you own water to the low water mark, and the water belongs to the state, and the resources in the water belongs in the state, what's the issue with the trespass? Because you don't own the to the center of the waterway. Is that? Do you have?
I'm not sure.
I don't think there's an issue. Further, is it not true that this state spends a significant amount of resources both building boat ramps and raising and stocking fish for all the waterways in the state of Georgia?
The gentleman's correct. It is the anglers through their license, through the PR dollars, even the DJ dollars, as far as the activities on these rivers that have supported our DNR, that has put the resources from public dollars back into these resources. And the gentleman's absolutely right with boat docks, with the habitat management, all of it, enforcement
Thank you,
of
Mr.
code.
Chairman.
So you're exactly right.
Thank you.
Gentleman yield for another question from a committee who understands fish and water.
Yes, sir.
Chairman of Game Fish and Parks, Chairman Rhodes, to your right, has a question.
I do.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
To my friend, yes.
Is it not true that all this will do is restore the long-standing principle that fish and game of Georgia belong to the people of Georgia?
That is, the gentleman couldn't state it any more simple, but accurately, yes.
And just to follow up, so basically all this would do is return the ability of anglers, hunters, and conservationists and outdoorsmen of Georgia to have the access to the rivers that they have paid to seed over the past several decades. Is that not true?
The gentleman is correct. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, the hour's getting late, and again, I would respectfully ask that your favorable consideration for this as we continue to make sure that Georgia is a state that honors its long tradition of conservation and the resources that it has under the public trust doctrine that's held for the people of the state of Georgia. Thank you.
The gentleman has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the substitute offered by the Committee on Rules? The chair hears none. The Rules Committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. For what purpose does Chairman Petrie rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to be clear. Is it not true that we just saw this measure? I don't know where it came from. I haven't seen this bill at all during the entire time of this session. And further, is it not true that trespassing and poaching is a huge problem throughout this state? And I, being one that has long supported every conservation effort that I can, am concerned that we're voting on this bill having never seen it before. I'm not quite certain it ever came through a committee over there. And I'm quite concerned about that, Mr. Speaker. Is that not true?
Your concern is noted. I've not researched it where it came from, but it's here now, so I'll let every member in this House vote. For what purpose does Representative Williams rise?
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker.
State your inquiry.
Is it not true that while I supported this bill, I have seen some of the concerns also, but most of all, having not seen it, I find it rather strange that a bill that has no germaneness replaces a National Guard bill that I think is an insult to our fighting National Guardsmen from Georgia. Is that not so?
I'm sure the gentleman truly believes that. I'm going to take one more from Whip Park, and then we're going to move on.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is it not true that while I would agree with my colleague Al Williams about how this bill was substituted, I do find that the language of this bill is good and that it would be supported by our environmentalist friends in ensuring that we are protecting and doing good things in purpose and furtherance of conservation in this state?
For what purpose does Representative Ridley rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, I know I agree with my friend over there, Representative Williams, on this be taking off the other bill, taking off the National Guard and put this on there. But is it not true if we don't pass this bill under federal guidelines, if a person owns both sides of the river, you will not be able to go down it or fish in it right now unless we pass this bill?
I'm sure the gentleman knows what he speaks. He's on the rivers quite often. Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machines. On the passage of the bill, the yeas were 93, the nays 75. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. What do we do? Representative Barton is recognized for a motion. He's on the way. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask everyone to agree to the Senate amendment on House Bill 183.
Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption?
House Bill 183 by Representative Barton of the 5th, to be entitled an act to amend Code Section 1611-112 and Chapter 2 of Title 40 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to vehicles with false or secret compartments and registration and licensing of motor vehicles respectively, so as to revise terminology relating to temporary license plates and temporary operating permit.
Representative Barton is recognized to explain the Senate amendments.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is my TOPS bill. The Senate wanted to add a few more language from another House bill. This is where if you get a ticket from the cameras and stuff, that let me hang on a second. That the tickets follow the person and not the title of the car. So that way, if an auction house or a dealer buys your car, it will stay with the individual and it doesn't stay with the title of the car.
The gentleman has no questions.
Right. Thank you, sir.
Gentleman has yielded the will. On the gentleman's motion that the House agree to the Senate amendment to HB 183, all those in favor will vote yes, those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machines. On the gentleman's motion, the yeas are 156, the nays 4, and the House has agreed to the Senate amendment to House Bill 183. Representative Gaines is recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 528.
Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption?
House Bill 528 by Representative Gaines, the 120th and others, to be entitled an act to amend Article 15, Chapter 1, and Title 10 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to deceptive or unfair trade practices so as to enact the Georgia Online Automatic Renewal Transparency Act.
Representative Gaines is recognized to explain the Senate substitute. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate added some language to our original bill. House Bill 528 was the automatic renewal bill to make sure that if you sign up for a subscription online that you can cancel it online as well. They added some language that would ensure that on programs like DoorDash and Uber Eats that the restaurant has to agree to be listed on that subscription program with Uber Eats and DoorDash. All the folks on both sides agreed to that. And that's the only change to the bill, Mr. Speaker. I yield the will and ask the body's favorable consideration of House Bill 528.
You do have a question.
I'll yield.
Representative Park Cannon to your left has a question.
Thank you. Do you yield?
I will.
Just a further question about maybe an anecdote or a story about one of these merchants who has not approved being on that app and what happened and why this will help.
Sure. Well, like I said, you're talking about the Uber Eats and DoorDash piece. Yeah, I think there have been restaurants that did not agree to be listed on a Uber Eats or a DoorDash, and then those delivery services just show up at the restaurant, unaware of the restaurant. They're not prepared for the delivery service, and not something they've approved of. And so that's something that, again, isn't fair to that restaurant, and that's why both sides agreed to that language. Mr. Speaker, I'll yield the will and ask for favorable consideration of House Bill 528.
The gentleman has yielded the will. On the gentleman's motion that the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 528, all those in favor will vote yes, those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. All members voted. Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machines. On the gentleman's motion, the yeas are 163, the nays 2, and the House has agreed to the Senate substitute to House Bill 528. Chairman Martin is recognized for a motion. Chairman Chuck Martin. Representative Maynard is recognized for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we adopt the committee of conference.
On House Bill 142.
Yes.
Clerk will read the conference committee report.
The committee conference on HB 142 recommend that both the Senate and the House of Representatives recede from their positions, and that the attached committees of conference substitute to HB 142 be adopted.
Representative Maynard is recognized to explain the committee of conference report for House Bill 142.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the Atlanta University bill that we have put in here time and time again. And we went to committee. We disagreed with what they wanted to do, mainly because the University System of Georgia, the Technical College System of Georgia, the independent colleges of Georgia all disagreed with reducing the 500 yards to 200 yards. So all college presidents and campus police are all happy that we are now back to the original bill. And and so I have been running all over the place today. And LC number, there are two LC numbers, 393936S, and then there is 393966S. I picked up the wrong LC number, so I went back and got all the right signatures for the right language. And so this single piece of pink paper that you have, it goes with the correct language here. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Representative Higley to your left has a question. Ladies recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That was my question. Now, what we just got landed on my desk at 10:26, and it has to be on our desk for some time before we can act on it. So explain to me again what we're doing here with these two different things.
So you have LC 393966S, which has been on your desk for more than an hour, and that's what we're about to, I'm asking you to adopt.
Does the lady yield? I'm sorry.
Lady yield.
Yes.
This LC 393966S landed on my desk at 10:26.
I'll address that. Representative, I think that's a scrivener's error on the time. I think it was there at 9, and it's been there an hour. 9:07 is the correct time. It's an updated cover sheet that just got to your desk, but the underlying move was on your desk. Lady yield for another question?
Yes.
Representative Crowe, and back to your left has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So just so I think I understand now, but just to maybe help everybody else understand, the new pink sheet with LC 393966S is to replace the earlier one we got with 393936S that has attachments with 393966S. So the attachments had the right LC number. We got the wrong LC number on the original cover sheet. Now we have a new cover sheet with your right LC number, but we've had the information the entire time.
That is correct. And it was definitely here before 10:26 because it was on my desk and I've been out running around doing stuff. So
Yes,
this was
ma'am.
already on the desk.
I've had it a while too. Thank you.
Chair recognizes the pro tem of this House, Representative Jan Jones, for a question right in front of you.
Is it not true that this bill would particularly help the historically black colleges in downtown Atlanta so that they could group together and have one police force instead of, the expensive having separate police forces for each historically black college.
You're absolutely right, and thank you for bringing the purpose of the bill back to the forefront. So the Atlanta University Center, which is Morehouse, Spelman, Clark, Morris Brown, they are the only university consortium in the entire country. Right now, if a crime happens on Clark's campus and Morehouse police see it, they can't do anything about it. This bill, the original bill, said that they can opt into an agreement so they can have a unified police force. Every single college president at the Atlanta University Center signed a letter of support for this bill. I yield the will.
The lady has yielded the well. On the adoption of the Conference Committee report on House Bill 142, all in favor of the adoption of the Conference Committee report will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. And the clerk will unlock the machines. For what purpose is Representative Holland rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Is it not true that members on my row were literally handed this piece of paper right now as the representative was speaking in the well? So we have not had this in time to be able to read it. Is it not true?
I've been instructed that they were delivered, and I certainly know the lady knows of what she speaks. For what purpose does Representative Park Cannon rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is it not true that there are many members of the AUC consortium as students who are concerned about the training that will happen between these different officers and are hopeful that this body will watch out for that as this unified police force comes about?
I'm sure the lady knows of what she speaks and she's interested and cares. Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the adoption of the Conference Committee report on HB 142, the yeas are 145, the nays 12, and the Committee of Conference report is adopted. For what purpose? Excuse me, I know why he's rising now that I found him. Chair recognizes Representative Chairman Martin for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 249.
Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption?
House Bill 249 by Representative Martin of the 49 to be entitled an act to amend subpart 2A of part 3 of Article 7 of Chapter 3 entitled 20 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to needs-based financial aid programs so as to provide for definitions.
Chairman Martin is recognized to explain the Senate substitute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Senate substitute, I want to first start with sections 2, 3, 4, and 5 are just as they were in this House, renumbered. There's a new section to this bill, section 1. This is new language, and I'll explain it briefly. If someone is retired military and gets in a program before June 30th, 2025, this is going to provide free tuition in a program at the Technical College System of Georgia for CDL, truck drivers. So what we're doing is we're trying to help military people transition and help them with tuition, and it is subject to appropriation, Mr. Speaker. So we're glad to join Senator Anavatarty, who offered that improvement to the bill, help our military transition and help them get a CDL, move goods around, and help all the Georgians. I'd answer questions about the amendment if there are any. Otherwise, I'd ask House's favorable consideration to Senate substitute House Bill 249, LC 50-057-0593S.
On the gentleman's motion that the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 249. All those in favor will vote yes. Those opposed vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? All members voted. If so, the clerk will lock the machines. On the gentleman's motion, the yeas are 168, the nays are 0, and the House has agreed to the Senate substitute to House Bill 249. Chairman Wiedauer is recognized for a motion.
I rise to move that we agree to the Senate substitute for House Bill 175.
Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption?
House Bill 175 by Representative Daniels of the 117th and others to be entitled an act to amend Code Section 41(8) of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to safe operations of motor carriers, commercial vehicles, and drivers, and safe transportation of hazardous materials so as to update the reference dates for federal regulations.
Chairman Wiedauer is recognized to explain the Senate substitute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, this is your annual license plate bill. The reason I'm standing here tonight is because of a special ed teacher at Oconee County Middle School named Cody Bishop, who is a disabled veteran who reached out to me, and he was very thankful for the exemption that we give them on the TAVT tax, but didn't feel like it was necessary for him to have to display a handicap tag. This fixes that, and this allows somebody like that, a disabled veteran, to elect to either have the handicap tag or display the medal he was awarded in his service for our country. So I will yield the well, and I appreciate a bunch of yes votes for our military. Thank you so much.
Gentleman has yielded the well. On the gentleman's motion, the House agreed to the Senate substitute to House Bill 175. All those in favor will vote yes. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machines. On the gentleman's motion, the yeas are 164, the nays 0, and the House has agreed to the Senate substitute to House Bill 175. Members, let's listen up just for a moment. Our posture is we're been waiting for well over an hour for action to come back from the Senate on different priorities members of this House has. So we're going to stand at ease for about 10 minutes, a little bit after 11, and see if we receive something in the mail. House will be at ease till 10 after 11. House will come to order. Mr. Clerk, ring the bell. House will come to order. Chairman Martin is recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House adhere to its position and appoint a committee of conference on Senate Bill 13.
Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption?
Senate Bill 13 by Senator Albers, the 56th, to be entitled an act to amend Code Section 913, 161, 44, 14, 162, and 4841 of the official code of Georgia and Tennessee relating to where and when sales under execution can be held.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. The House has adhered. The chair appoints Chairman Blackman, Chairman Tyler Paul Smith, and Chairman Chuck Martin as a committee of conference on SB 13. Chairman Martin is recognized for a motion. Chairman Martin recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House adhere to its position and appoint a committee of conference on Senate Bill 246.
Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption?
Senate Bill 246 by Senator Hodges III and others to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 10 and Title 49 of the official code of Georgia and Tennessee relating to the Georgia Board of Health Care Workforce.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. The House has adhered. The chair appoints Representative Gamble, Representative Martin, and Representative Gaines as a chairman of conference on Senate Bill 246. Representative Reeves is recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to agree to the Senate substitute of House Bill 543.
Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption? House Bill 543.
House Bill 543 by Representative Reeves, the 99th, to be entitled an act to amend Code Section 1512, 122 of the official code of Georgia and Tennessee relating to demands of jury trial panels from which to select juries in civil actions.
Representative Reeves is recognized to explain the Senate substitute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 543 is the dollar threshold for a six-person jury trial in state court. The Senate amended it from $25,000 to $50,000, and I respectfully request the House to approve that $50,000 amendment, LC 442366S. Thank you. I yield the well.
Gentleman's yielded the well. On the gentleman's motion that the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 543. All those in favor will vote yes. Those opposed will vote no. And the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? All members voted. If so, the clerk will lock the machines. On the gentleman's motion, the yeas are 165, the nays are 0, and the House has agreed to the Senate substitute to House Bill 543. Chairman Hawkins is recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House agree to the Senate amendment of House Bill 295.
Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption?
House Bill 295 by Representative Hawkins, the 27th, and others to be titled an act to amend Title 33 of the official code of Georgia annotated relating to insurance so as to revise certain procedures, timelines, and other matters.
Chairman Hawkins is recognized to explain the Senate amendment.
Thank you, sir. In Section 2 of the bill, the Senate has removed the word facilities. The rest of the bill is intact, and I ask for this House a positive vote on House Bill 295.
The gentleman has yielded the well. On the gentleman's motion, the House agreed to the Senate amendment to House Bill 295. All those in favor will vote yes. Those opposed will vote no. And the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? All members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machines. On the gentleman's motion, the yeas are 166 and nays are 0, and the House has agreed to the Senate amendment to House Bill 295. Chairman Deloach is recognized for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House agree to the Senate substitute on House Bill 294.
Clerk will read the caption.
House Bill 294 by Representative Deloach of the 167th and others to be titled an act to amend Article 3 of Chapter 37 of Title 33 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to procedure for rehabilitation so as to provide for the administration of contracts reinsuring life, disability, income, or long-term care policies or annuities.
Chairman Deloach is recognized to explain the Senate substitute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This Senate substitute is HB 294/SCSFA. This was the reinsurance bill that we passed where a sitting insurer is in liquidation. It passed this House by a vote of 174 to nothing. The Senate simply added in the substitute health insurance companies. We had life, annuities, long-term care, and they added health insurance. This Senate substitute also includes a House bill that passed here without losing a vote and simply did not make it on the rules calendar in the Senate. And that's what the bill does. Mr. Speaker, I yield the well.
The gentleman has yielded the well. On the gentleman's motion that the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 294, all those in favor will vote yes. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? All members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machines. On the gentleman's motion, the yeas are 167, the nays 0, and the House has agreed to the Senate substitute to House Bill 294. Chair recognizes Representative Gaines for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 88.
Clerk will read the caption.
House Bill 88 by Representative Gaines of the 120th and others to be entitled an act to amend Title 17 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to criminal procedure so as to enact the Coleman-Baker Act.
Representative Gaines is recognized to explain the Senate substitute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House will remember this bill will help our case in solving unsolved homicides across Georgia with several key policy positions. I won't reiterate them. We've already debated them in the House, had unanimous approval previously. This just has some cleanup language related to the bill that involves GBI and the sheriff's that all interested parties agreed to. Mr. Speaker, I yield the well and ask the body's favorable consideration on House Bill 88.
On the gentleman has yielded the well. On the gentleman's motion that the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 88. All those in favor will vote yes. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? All members voted. If so, the clerk will lock the machines. On the gentleman's motion, the yeas are 169, the nays 0, and the House has agreed to the Senate substitute to House Bill 88. Chairman Hatchett, I've been looking for you all day long. All day long. The Chairman of the Appropriations Committee, Chairman Matt Hatchett, is recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that this House adopt the Conference Committee report for House Bill 19.
Mr. Clerk, will you read the Conference Committee report?
Committee on Conference report on HB 19. The Committee of Conference on HB 19 recommends that both the House of Representatives and the Senate recede from their positions and the attached Committee of Conference substitute to HB 19 be adopted. Respectfully submitted, Honorable Matt Hatchett, Representative of 155th District, Honorable Jan Jones, Representative of the 47th District, Honorable Chuck F. Strachan, Representative of the 104th District. For the Senate, Honorable Blake Tillery, Senator of the 19th District, Honorable John F. Kennedy, Senator 18th District, Honorable Steve Gooch, Senator 51st District.
Chairman Hatchett is recognized to explain the Committee of Conference report for HB 19.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have a balanced budget. Oh, how I'm tempted to do that. But I really think we need to say and make some comments about what is in what's been on your desk since 2:32. I want to remind my colleagues, and that's you, of the fundamental principle that underlies this and every budget coming across your desk. This House does not play politics with the budget. That's true whether I'm speaking with a member in this body, our colleagues in the Senate, or the governor's administration. Like my predecessor in this role as your appropriations chairman, I discuss the budget as a document for the public good, benefiting each and every Georgian. We hold this budget as an aspirational document, speaking to the best possible future of our state. It's with that understanding and that spirit that I'd like to walk you through the Conference Committee report on fiscal year 2024 budget. Education is the single largest expenditure every year in the state budget, and the 24 budget includes the highest amount of QBE funding ever at $13.1 billion. The House and Senate agreed to the governor's recommendation for full QBE funding, $26.9 million for new counselors and $295 million to fund the $2,000 pay raise for teachers. This brings the actual average teacher salary in Georgia to $61,000, the highest in the Southeast. And I must admit, I am personally proud that the Senate agreed to fund a $1,000 salary supplement for all custodians in this state. Continuing education, the Senate agreed with the House add of 18 new extended year-day programs and 2 new young farmer positions and $711,000 in career technical education to expand construction industry certification into additional schools. The House agreed with the Senate to add $3.5 million in the budget for dyslexia screening and $1 million to support a new council on literacy to promote effective literacy methods. Thank you. You know, kids aren't able to learn if they're hungry. A highlight of this budget that this House championed was providing free breakfast and lunch for children who qualify for reduced price meals. The Senate had reduced this add, and the conference committee restored it to the House version of $6.3 million. This funding will provide more than 17 million meals at no cost to low-income students in Georgia public schools. 17 million meals. Now, moving into higher education, the House and Senate have agreed to fund the Hope Public Scholarship and Grant at 100% of tuition. When the budget first reached the House, there was an adjustment for 100% of Hope for public school students, but no increase for Hope students at private institutions, who are also Georgia students. The Senate agreed to this House position to increase the Hope Zell Award amount for private school students to $3,100, and the final version of this budget reflects that private Hope scholars will receive 100% of the Zell Award amount, just like public school students. Funding for the new initiatives in this budget has to come from somewhere. In the Board of Regents, the Senate had reduced funding by $105 million and encouraged the university system to utilize carry-forward funds. The House was able to find $39 million to restore cuts to the B units and soften the reduction to the formula to $66 million, acknowledging that collectively, Board of Regents institutions have more than $500 million in reserves available. When we prepared the House version of the budget, I'd heard from a number of you who recognize the important role that your technical colleges play in providing a skilled workforce, and I listened to and shared your concern about the reduction in the funding they were set to receive in this budget. The House budget included, and the Senate ultimately agreed to, an add of $8.2 million in TCSG to implement year one of a 3-year plan for increased credit hour earnings for aviation, CDL, and nursing to reflect the high-cost nature of providing these programs and bringing stabilization to their formula funding. While education receives the lion's share of the budget, and rightfully so, Health and Human Services is the second at 24%. This budget reflects that services for mental and physical health are a priority of this legislature. The FY24 budget includes an increase of $117 million, or 8.5%, for the Department of Behavioral Health and Developmental Disabilities to increase services for Georgians. This is $48.5 million more than the governor's recommendation. The House and Senate agreed to $24.5 million to fully fund the establishment of the new model for 3 behavioral health crisis centers in Augusta, Dublin, and Fulton County. Working together, the House and Senate included $9.4 million in the budget to double the number of now comp waivers proposed by the governor to 500. This is in addition to the $10.9 million budgeted last year with 514 slots. The House and Senate agreed to $1.4 million to restore funding to the Georgia Mental Health Consumer Network for peer services and a new add of $2.4 million in adult addictive disease services to expand addiction recovery services. In the Department of Human Services, an infusion of funds is provided to help some of Georgia's most vulnerable citizens, the children and the elderly. The House and Senate have agreed to fund $5 million for alternative housing options for youth with complex needs, $15 million to offset the loss of federal funds for child caring institutions, as well as $750,000 to enhance the capacity of the court-appointed special advocates, or CASA. In elder services programs, the House and Senate agreed to an increase in funding for the long-term care ombudsman program of $590,000. And while not a disagreement with the Senate, I want to remind you of the adds of $5.4 million for home and community-based services for seniors, including meal and day services, as well as $1 million for Alzheimer's respite services. These were House adds that are included in the final version of the budget. In health, the FY24 budget supports Medicaid providers with $42.2 million in additional funds for provider rate increases. These increases beneficially impact primary care and OBGYN providers, EMS, pharmacists, autism providers, speech and language, audiology and physical therapy, and occupational therapy providers. The final budget includes a 4% increase for home and community-based providers, an additional $5.3 million more than the original House and Senate budgets. With these adds, and I'll say that again, with these adds, a total of $386 million has been added to the budget since FY15 to increase Medicaid provider rates. Additionally, access to health care is a demonstrated priority in this budget. The Senate agreed to the House priority of $2.8 million for adult coverage of dental services in Medicaid. The House and Senate agreed to provide almost $2 million to support increased access and services at federally qualified health centers and charity clinics across the state. Medical education is supported in this budget with a total of $3.9 million for new residency slots and fellowships, including an additional $1 million for Morehouse School of Medicine to increase its class size and expand rural clinic training. Additionally, $4 million is included to establish a new funding mechanism for hospitals to apply for grants of up to $1 million to help fund medical education, training, equipment, and infrastructure needs to support new and expanding residency programs, with priority given to new and rural sites. In public safety, the House initiated an additional pay raise for law enforcement that the Senate agreed to and enhanced. The conference committee version of the budget provides $23.5 million across 12 state agencies for a total compensation increase of $4,000 for more than 3,900 law enforcement officers. An additional $2,000 salary adjustment for a total of $6,000 is provided for frontline officers in certain departments, including the State Patrol, Capitol Police, GBI, and the DNR. In the GBI, the House included and the Senate agreed with $1.4 million for 21 additional positions in the crime lab to process evidence and address backlog, and the Conference Committee version of the budget includes $5.4 million to fully implement the cold case unit. The Senate also agreed to the House add of $1.25 million for the operation of a Georgia State Patrol satellite post in the Buckhead area to allow quicker response to incidents inside and along the northern Atlanta perimeter. Shifting to economic development and transportation, the conferees agreed to an add of $1 million for operations in the Department of Agriculture to allow the new commissioner to fill staff and implement new laws and regulations as needed. The final version of the budget also includes $200,000 to expand 211 services into 19 counties in rural Georgia, and $500,000 to maintain funding for the Martin Luther King Jr. Center for ongoing facility improvements and educational exhibits. Conference Committee agreed to $8.5 million in restoration for airport aid and rail in the Department of Transportation, as well as language directing the department to evaluate the feasibility of increasing LMIG from 10% to 15% of motor fuel revenues over a 5-year period. Finally, the Senate agreed to add to the House add of $26.7 million for a $500 one-time benefit payment to state retirees of ERS. This provides funding in the base and positively impacts 54,000 state retirees and their beneficiaries. In closing, I'd like to note that this is no easy task to balance the revenue at hand with the needs statewide. With more money, we certainly could have done more things, and I would have liked that. To say that these last few days have been a struggle is an understatement. But throughout this process, the House is focused on prioritizing people and services provided to them in the budget, because they are what it's all about. Colleagues, odds are that there may be an item in this budget that you don't like. And you know what? There might be an item or two in this budget that I don't like. But please remember and note that we are here to serve many Georgians, and there are many great things in this bill for all Georgians. Mr. Speaker, if anybody wants to ask me a question, I'll take a couple. if they want to ask one.
You have a couple. To your left, Representative Stacey Evans has a question. To your left.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Chairman, isn't it true that I am absolutely thrilled that we are going to fully fund Hope at 100% of tuition for the first time since 2011? And that I greatly appreciate your hard work to make it happen, and I know that students all across this state do as well.
Well, I would hope that you would be glad.
Will you yield for one further question?
Yes.
Isn't it true that the cuts to the Regents institutions are a block cut, and that the Board of Regents has the authority under Article 8 of our Constitution to consider where the hundreds of millions of excess funds reside to ensure that the cuts are actually allocated to fall on those institutions that can better bear it versus our smaller institutions, and we hope that they do that.
You know, I'm glad you said that because I don't think I could have said it any better. So
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, would you yield to a question from your old friend?
I hope I have several old friends in here.
Well, this one's standing behind you.
Oh.
I've got you back.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, is it fair to say, as I've listened to you present this budget, that you have addressed the needs of Georgians all across this state? Is that not true?
I believe so, yes.
Is it further not true that this budget reflects in all the right places to ensuring that the priorities of this House, public safety, education, K through 12, and higher education, and mental health have been addressed in this budget?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, we're all in your debt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm in debt to those here, and if I may, I would like to thank a few people. I would like to thank the fellow conferees, Leader Abstration and Pro Tem Jones. I'd like to thank all of the subcommittee chairs, all the committee members, our partners in the Senate. I think one of them standing over there. The governor. I'd like to thank the House Budget and Research Office. Christine, Tara, Sarah, I'm going to say their names so everybody hears them and they hear them. I'm going to say them again. Christine, Tara, Sarah, Abby, Alicia, Amber, Courtney, Molly, Morgan, a.k.a. the Budget Divas, and David, Mr. Moneybags, for their many long days and nights spent during session and throughout the year on the budget. I'd also like to acknowledge the hard work and long hours of the House Budget Research Office policy analysts who staff all the other standing committees of this House: Leo, Brock, Brian, Bailey, Michael, and Patrick. They're all crucial members of the House Budget and Research Office team and are all deserving of a round of applause. And she's going to shoot me for this. But our budget director, Christine Murdoch, has been a trooper for the last, especially the last week and a half, as she dealt with the loss of her father. She was gone for 2 days, 3 days, and she came back the day after her father passed away and was in meetings with me for about 8 hours. Y'all, that's dedication. and we need more people like her, and thank you for what you did. To the little lady that clears my calendar, Miss Ashley Newton. She keeps me on track. And this one's really going to shoot me, because I don't know that I've ever done this from the well. But she knows where she is in my life, and that's my wife, Kim Hatchett, sitting right over there. I could not do it without her support and the support of my two beautiful daughters that are sitting up there. So I know we're getting there. I've got a vote or something. I want to thank Speaker Pro Tem for giving me this opportunity, and for Speaker Burns in supporting her choice. The last person I want to thank, I can't thank in person. He took a risk on me and supported my campaign in 2010. And he invested in a guy that was running for a seat that had not been Republican since the 1860s. 3 years later, he gave me the nod to run for chairman of our caucus. He offered me the opportunity to run for whip 3 times before I called him and said, I think I want to run for whip. He was a father figure to me. He was at the funeral of my father in 2015. I loved him, and I told him that, and he would say that back to me. I've never been able to talk about him leaving us in public, and I asked the speaker if I could. I want to thank him for giving me the opportunity and teaching me how to persevere, because that's what we've all done this session. He has been with me today because Cherie and Matt gave me this tie that was his. And he's been with us, and he is looking down on the man behind me and saying, good job. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield the well and ask for your favorable consideration to HB 19.
Job well done, Mr. Chairman, on the adoption of the Conference Committee report on House Bill 19. All in favor of the adoption of the Conference Committee report, we will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? All members voted. If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the adoption of the Conference Committee report, HB 19, the yeas are 170, 70. The nays are 3, and the Committee of Conference report is adopted. Representative Meeks is recognized for a motion. Representative Meeks is recognized for a motion. Mr. Chairman Meeks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, I move to adopt the conference report to House Bill 189.
Clerk will read the conference committee report.
Committees of conference on HB 189 recommend that both the Senate and the House of Representatives recede from their positions in the attached committees of conference substitute to HB 189 be adopted. Respectfully submitted for the Senate, Goodman of the 8th, Gooch of the 51st, Dolezal of the 27th for the House of Representatives, Burchett of the 176th, Meeks of the 178th, and Jaspers of the 11th.
Chair recognizes Representative Meeks to explain the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, bring to you tonight late the conference report to House Bill 189, the truck weight bill. If you haven't already torn it up yet and getting ready for sine die, one more bill to go. As on the House Bill 189, as we know, as we passed it out of this House, included a 10% variance on the 80,000-pound weight limit to an 88,000 limit. As many of you know, over the past 3 years, we've been operating at 95,000. So what the conference report does, it includes the 10% variance for a 250-mile radius from the farm, 2-year sunset. It excludes the ATL non-attainment area. It excludes solid waste from the 10% variance, and it includes a provision that allows local law enforcement who are certified to weigh trucks and issue citations to be remitted to the state. Mr. Speaker, that is the changes to the conference report. I'll be happy to stand for any questions. If not, I would ask for favorable consideration to adopt the conference report to House Bill 189.
The gentleman has yielded the well on the adoption of the conference committee report to House Bill 189. All in favor of the adoption of the conference committee report will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. For what purpose is Representative Nulowitz rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is it not true that, well, yes, this bill does have some language talking about local enforcement, the state has to train these local officers, and is it not further true that there is not a requirement to train these local officers? And is it not further true that even if these local officers are able to enforce this, any money that they would get from this enforcement from the roads and bridges being prematurely damaged by these heavy, heavy trucks, those fines wouldn't go to the city and county where the bridges are being damaged, they go to the state. And is it not further true that this is simply a toothless bill that simply serves to encourage a culture of forgiveness versus permission when it comes to enforcing these truck weights?
I'm sure the lady believes the things she speaks of. All members voted. If so, the clerk will lock the machine on the adoption of the conference committee report on HB 189. The yeas are 95. The yeas are 95, the nays 75, and the Committee of Conference report is adopted. We have one more bill we're going to do. Chairman Martin is recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that. We're past it here. We're adopting now. The motion I'm making is not on the board. Mr. Speaker, I move that this House adopt the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 13.
Clerk will read the caption.
Committees of Conference on Senate Bill 13 recommend that both the Senate and the House of the Representatives recede from their positions. The attached Committees of Conference substitute to Senate Bill 13 be adopted. For the Senate, Albers the 56th, Strickland of the 17th. For the House of Representatives, Smith of the 18th, Martin of the 49th, and Blackman of the 146th.
The gentleman will explain his motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Senate Bill 13 contains the language that was in House Bill 46 that left this House. We did work with the Senate and put their original language to Senate Bill 13 that passed House Committee, Chairman Gunner's committee. And on the last page, the last section of the bill, there's some language that was needed for the governor's job creation tax credit because of the COVID. We're extending for 2 years the opportunity for the company to create the jobs that were required. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I would ask for the favorable consideration of Senate Bill 13, adopting the Conference Committee's report, and I will yield the well.
On the adoption of the Conference Committee report on SB 13, all in favor of the adoption of the Conference Committee report will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. All members voted. If so, the clerk will lock the machine on the adoption of the Conference Committee report on SB 13. The yeas are 152, the nays 14, and the Committee of Conference report is adopted. Chair recognizes Chairman Martin for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I make a motion that we accept the Senate amendment to House Bill 319. We agree to the Senate amendment to House Bill 319.
Clerk will read the caption.
House Bill 319 by Representative Martin of the 49th, being entitled an act to amend Article 7 of Chapter 3 of Title 20 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to scholarships, loans, and grants.
Chairman will explain his motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 319 comes back to us just as it left the House. If you recall, this is the language that gets rid of a portion of the Student Finance Commission that's no longer needed and will return about $28 million for use of scholarships. The Senate added a new code section that will allow the General Assembly to work with the Board of Regents to try to keep our tuition low. We're fully funding Hope. The last time that was done under a different administration, sometimes the tuition rose. We're hoping that doesn't happen. We thank the Regents for the conservative way they've run tuition in years past, and this will allow us to work with them. I ask the House's favorable consideration to agree to the Senate amendment. I yield the well.
The gentleman has yielded the well. On the gentleman's motion, the House agree to the Senate amendment to HB 319. All those in favor will vote yes. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machines on the gentleman's motion. The yeas are 160, the nays 1, and the House has agreed to the Senate amendment to House Bill 319. We have one more bill we're going to take up for an agree. One more. One more. Then we're going to get out of here. One more, I promise. One more. Then a couple of thank yous and we're on the way home. So what's... Representative Gaines is recognized for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the rules of the House be waived so that the committee of conference doesn't have to sit for an hour.
Is there any objection to the motion? Chair hears none. Chair recognizes Representative Gamble for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that we agree to the conference committee report on Senate Bill 246.
Clerk will read the conference committee, will read the caption.
Committees on Conference and the Senate Bill 246 recommend that both the House and Senate recede from their positions. The attached committee of conference substitute to Senate Bill 246 be adopted. For the Senate, Kennedy the 18th, Hodges the 3rd, Hickman of the 4th. For the House of Representatives, Gamble the 15th and Martin of the 49th.
Chair recognizes Representative Gamble to explain the Committee of Conference report on SB 246.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We were able to reach agreement and clean up some language in this bill that will put more nurse educators in our schools throughout the state, and it will also help individuals with intellectual disabilities. I'm happy to answer any questions, and without questions, I will yield the will.
Gentlemen, is yielded the will on adoption of Conference Committee report on SB 246. All in favor of the adoption of the Conference Committee report will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine on the adoption of the Conference Committee reports on SB 246. The yeas are 157, the nays are 5, and the Committee of Conference report is adopted. Give me your attention. We're going to thank some people. I want to thank the staff in my office. Jacob Steele, Kim Aiken, Security, Josh Canuffa, Alex Crayley, Chris Choi, my office staff, our office staff, Spiro Amber and Caleb McMicken, Keith Williams, Haley Galau, Michelle Harden, Kaylin Dusler, and Grace Hannah Kaysen. Clerk of the House, Bill Riley, the best clerk in America. Assistant Clerk Crystal Rath, The clerk's office staff working on the house for Scotty Long, Carrie Vick, and all the staff in the clerk's office. Doorkeepers, house photographers, Ben Macy, Kate Lamb. Joint offices, fiscal offices staff. Fiscal officer Amy Bottoms, y'all need to know her. Special thanks to Preston Coleman, David Underwood, Jeff Numry. IT department staff, Director Brian Hurst, Deputy Director Clint Smith. Office of Legislative Counsel and staff, Legislative Counsel Rick Ruskell. Legislative and Congressional Reappointment Office and staff, Director Gina Wright. Human Resources Office, Director Donald Cronin. Alyssa Martin, House Intern Coordinator. Annie Runestaff, Angela Holland. Thank you to the GBI and the Capitol Police. House Offices, House Budget and Research Offices staff, Director Christine Murdoch. House Media Services Offices and staff, Director Betsy Thoreau, and House Messenger Justin, Camille, Franklin, and Madeline. Post Office staff, Director and Doorkeeper Corey Mulkey. House Administrative Assistants, also our temporary session staff, House interns, and we have some pages that have been with us all day and all night. Thank you, Pages. Pages, why don't you come down the middle while I make one more thank you. I can tell y'all, this house, I believe, ran pretty smoothly, and I give all of that gratitude and that praise to this young lady, Betsy Thoreau. Here's our pages. One final thank you. My better half, the lady that makes this possible, my wife, Gail Burns. Hey, I thought we were finished. Two motions. I'm going to recognize the majority leader for
yes, sir.
Two motions.
Number one of two. Mr. Speaker, I move that all bills and resolutions on the general calendar be recommitted to the committee from whence they came.
What's your other motion? That's the one I want to hear.
Mr. Speaker, I move that this House stand adjourned, sine die.
On the motion of Majority Leader, this House stands adjourned, sine die.